You may be seated.
Announcement.
Yes, Honourable Members, just a brief announcement. The Honourable Chief Whip sent a letter to me, which I just received. I haven't had time, it's a long letter, haven't had time to study in depth what she said to me, so I propose to take time, check the standing orders and reply in due course. Also, the Honourable Member, Mr. Duval, has informed me that he wants to raise a point of order, and I would suggest if we may go through the P&Q first and then you can raise your point of order. Is that all right? Everybody happy? As far as can be? Okay.
Papers have been laid. Question.
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Minister of Local Government, whether in regard to the setting up of night markets for the festive season 2025, he will, for the benefit of the House, obtain information as to the A, criteria and procedures applicable for the allocation, withdrawal, or refusal of permits to street vendors, therefore. B, sites identified, therefore, indicating the measures taken to ensure safety during the operation hours. C, consultations, if any, held with organizations or representatives of hawkers, shop owners and market traders. D, estimated number of hawkers who will operate at the different locations. And E, list of hawkers to whom a permit has been allocated, indicating their respective addresses and fees payable therefore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I shall reply to the P&Q. Madam Speaker,
have I been, one moment, have I been informed that Minister of Housing was going to reply to this question? You received it just now. So you're all going to talk in a sitting position. Honourable Leader, please. Let him answer. Yes.
since I take note of the interruptions, but there has been no point of order raised. I stand here. Madam Speaker, he has not even raised a point of order. Is he going to keep on vociferating? Well, are you afraid of my answers?
May I?
Not at all.
Standing Order 22.4. Honourable Leader, please. Standing, please. Deputy Prime Minister, please. Please. I was saying that Standing Order 22.4 allows a transfer of a PQ with any minister. So we have been informed. I wasn't personally informed, but it seems that the clerk was informed. So there's no problem. Let him reply. You can put your supplementary questions. Minister, please.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for clarifying this point. So as I was saying, I note he's still sulking, but doesn't matter. I shall reply to the PNQ since specifically I chaired the 5 interministerial committee meetings and my colleague Honourable Witchett, who is the Minister of Local Government, was also present in some of the meetings. The policy of this government, Madam Speaker, is to provide leisure and cultural activities in main towns and villages at night, especially in Port Louis, the capital, during the festive seasons. Now, in addition to democratize the economy, it has been proposed that new proponents be allowed to trade temporarily during this festive season, as from the 12th of December 2025 up to the first week of January 2026. For this year, as mentioned earlier, it was generally felt that temporary trading should be allowed, however, in a disciplined and organized manner. An interministerial committee has indeed been set up by government to look into the management of the matter during this festive season, possible measures to allow them to operate without disrupting normal economic activities and operations and compromising safety and security aspect of both the public and occasional traders. The committee has had discussions, established general guiding principles under which the traders would be allowed to ply temporarily during that particular period. The committee composed of myself as chair, the Honourable Minister of Environment, the Honourable Minister of Youth and Sports, the Honourable Minister of Labour and Industrial Relations, Honourable Minister of Land and Transport, Honourable Minister of Commerce and Consumer Protection, Honourable Minister of Industry, SME and Cooperatives, the Honourable Minister of Local Government, and the Junior Minister of Local Government. The meetings were also attended by Lord Mayors, Mayors, Chairpersons of Councils, as well as their respective Chief Executives and representatives of the Mauritius Police Force, Mauritius Fire and Rescue Services, Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit, Ministry of Health and Wellness, and other relevant authorities. All of those authorities were requested to prepare proposals in consultation with elected members of the National Assembly of the respective constituencies, as well as members of the local authorities, elected members of the local authorities. Only occasional traders residing in the jurisdiction covered by the local authority would be allowed to operate therein. The local authorities were to carry out either an expression of interest or invitation amongst previously surveyed occasional traders to this end. Occasional traders would be allowed to operate against payment of the daily prescribed fee, and the number of occasional traders would be controlled and not be allowed to increase exponentially. An occasional license would be granted in line with the relevant legislation and regulations. The daily rate would vary between 150 and 500 rupees, as requested by the respective local authorities themselves. It has been also decided that the fee would be would allow the local authorities to meet the expenses regarding scavenging service, toilet facilities, hoarding, enforcement measures, additional lighting facilities, amongst others. And if ever there were any shortfall, it would be met, the cost would be met by the local authorities from their own internally generated revenue and will have no financial implication to government. Madam Speaker, it was also decided that occasional traders would be provided with a badge, temporary, for that particular period. That would ease enforcement by local authorities and the Mauritius Police Force. There would be uniform structures. There would also be, that would be erected by the hawkers at their own costs to accommodate their wares. Scavenging and cleaning would be carried out on a daily basis immediately after the end of operations by each local authority, either through in-house labour or outsourced service. The Mauritius Police Force we've obtained their collaboration and for maintaining law and order and for managing smooth movement of pedestrians and traffic, especially to avoid traffic congestion. The Mauritius Police Force would also ensure regular patrols. All the authorities, namely local authorities, the Mauritius Police Force, Fire and Rescue Services, and other authorities I made reference to earlier, would also be involved in the whole management of the process. With regards to Part A of the question, Madam Speaker, occasional licenses for street vendors operating in the relevant jurisdiction are issued by the respective local authorities in accordance with the Local Government Act of 2011 and specific operational guidelines approved for the festive period. All local authorities launched expression of interest, inviting applications from interested parties within its own jurisdiction to trade at designated locations decided by the specific local authorities. All applicants are issued with an acknowledgement receipt. Note, only one application per person is authorized for sale of either haberdashery or cooked food. At the closing date, the bid box is opened by the officers of the Health Department of the Council in presence of an internal auditor and representative of the Chief Executive. This exercise is followed by the counting of the number of applications received, allocation of a reference number to each application, screening of application forms, and determination of eligibility of applicants in line with the preset eligibility criteria in the expression of interest by the officers of the Health Department. A counter verification of the eligibility is done by another team to ensure objectivity, fairness, transparency, and equity. Subsequently, eligible applications are subject to drawing of lots in the presence of a senior usher of the Supreme Court, 2 members of the press, a representative of the police force, of the police for the City Council, the district court and the district court for other councils, and internal auditors of the council. Reference numbers assigned to eligible candidates are placed in one ballot box. A second ballot box contains the space to be allocated to the eligible candidates. During the drawing of lots, one reference number is drawn from the first ballot box together with the space number for the second ballot box. The procedure is aligned with the guidelines for allocation of stalls by local authorities, which has been issued by the former ICAC. I shall also table it if the Honourable Leader of the Opposition requests a copy. It is to be highlighted that 18 long-standing traders operating along SSR Street were exempted from the drawing of lots as decided by the Interministerial Committee and approved by Cabinet. As regards to the local authorities, I'm informed that the allocation of occasional licenses is still in process. I wish to inform the House that the occasional licenses has not been provided where the applicant does not meet the residency or eligibility criteria, is under the age of 18, has submitted an incomplete application form, has not submitted the supporting documents, and the proof of address could not be verified or established. I will also be tabling a copy of the conditions of the undertaking the traders signed with the Council. I wish to emphasize here that the occasional traders should operate within the approved sites and during the authorized hours. As to Part B of the question, Madam Speaker, the Interministerial Committee agreed that one-size-fits-all approach would not be adopted. And towns and villages have different characteristics. Each local authority has therefore identified specific sites suitable for day or night markets based on safety, accessibility, and urban management considerations. I will also, Madam Speaker, table the sites identified in the jurisdiction of each local authority. Madam Speaker, with regards to Part C of the question, I have to inform the House that some shop owners' associations have made representations at the level of the Ministry of Local Government in respect of illegal hawking in different jurisdictions. My colleague, the Honourable Minister Wuchit, has chaired several meetings with these associations to look into the complaints. Consequently, further consultations have been carried out through interministerial committee meetings. engagement with mayors, chairpersons, and chief executives of local authorities, representations received from shop owners, market traders, particularly in areas previously affected by congestion, such as SSR Street. Some local authorities have, at their level, held consultations with relevant associations and stakeholders. These consultations aimed to ensure that occasional traders' livelihood are considered, legal businesses are not unfairly impacted, and public order, sanitation, and safety are preserved. The relocation of occasional traders to designated temporary market areas, including a night market at Portree, was specifically intended to address complaints from shop owners and market vendors while maintaining economic activity during the festive season. With regards to Part D, Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the number of vocational traders authorized to operate is determined by the capacity of the designated sites. I am advised that some 750 occasional traders, excluding shop owners, will operate at different locations of Mauritius, except for Mocha and Black River District Council. I will also table, as requested by the Leader of the Opposition, a list of those who will be plying their trade within those jurisdictions, their names and addresses as requested. With regards to Part E of the question, as I'm informed earlier in my reply, not all local authorities have completed the exercise, and in some of them it's still ongoing, such as in the Municipal Council of Port Cupid. As regards Rivière du Rempart, no application has been received, and for District of Pamplemousse, only one application has been received. I wish, Madam Speaker, to reiterate that the daily fees vary from 150 to 500 rupees, depending on local authorities. I am therefore, Madam Speaker, tabling all documents requested. So that is with regards to Part A, Part B, Part C, and Part E of the question.
Are we done? Yes, your supplementary. I'm sorry, we are receiving documents at the same time.
Madam Speaker,
Carry on for your
first of
first.
all, I strongly protest against the Minister for Housing and Land replying to my PNQ. Because that matter doesn't fall under his purview. It falls under purview of the Minister for Local Government.
Everybody will have to wait.
That's why I asked my question to the Minister responsible for local government.
Let me cite the relevant standing orders. Honourable members, I don't pretend after 1 year to know everything in the standing orders. I also make mistakes, and I also get a little bit carried away sometimes. I just want, now I've checked. Standing Order 22.4 says, decisions on the transfer of questions rest with ministers. You can't challenge that. Now, your supplementary question.
The other minister is paid to do his job. He's not doing his job, Madam Speaker.
That,
Now, my first...
That was uncalled for. Honourable friends, honourable members. I'm thinking of Julius Caesar, friends, Romans, countrymen. Today is presumably our last sitting. This time I'm careful. Let us try and keep some order. I cited you. You may not like it. There are lots of things that happen that we don't like. But you have to accept the standing orders. So ask him questions. He will reply. Don't take any notice of the other minister. Ask him questions.
In the meantime, I'd be very grateful, in the spirit of the goodwill,
Don't stand both
at
of
the
you.
end of the year, if the Honourable Leader of the Opposition could withdraw what he just said.
Oh, come on.
Because it's been insulting. But it would start with a good, at least his good faith.
No, that's all right. Carry on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister confirm first whether the whole exercise which was carried out by the various local authorities inviting expression of interest, was it open to the general public or to workers operating in those local authorities?
I have said earlier on, the criteria that was established by the Interministerial Committee and it is in my answer. Unfortunately, most probably the Honourable Leader of the Opposition did not listen to that part or hear it. It's that it was open to people living within the jurisdiction of the relevant local authorities.
And my question is why, Madam Speaker, was it like this when the highlights of cabinet meeting on Friday, 29th November, states the following, Madam Speaker. Only hawkers residing in the jurisdiction covered by the local authority will be allowed to operate therein. My question is, why was it open to the general public?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, we all understand what was meant and what the Honourable Minister just said. If it's in Beaubassin-Rosil, only those working in Beaubassin-Rosil, which happens to be my town, will be able to work in Beaubassin-Rosil. They won't come to Port-Louis, right? Is that what you're saying?
If I may, I mean, I understand that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is playing on, if I may use the word, semantics. I mean, he understands, but he pretends not to. What I'm trying, or maybe he doesn't. Maybe the Honourable Prime Minister knows things I'm not aware of. But what I'm trying to get at is very simple. If someone is going to ply the trade of a hawker, or a marchand saisonnier, or a de rue,
Ambulant.
so that would be precisely those people referred to as hawkers. That's all. So there's no need to complicate something that is very simple.
You just.
But the problem, Madam, this is what the problem is.
Okay.
Will he confirm whether people who are not hawkers also applied?
Okay.
I am aware that people who are not usually hawkers
You mean all year round?
have also applied. And basically, when they've applied, and if they're granted the right, and they are applying that trade during that particular period, they qualify to be hawkers.
Yes.
Simple. So now I hope he's understood.
Don't
Possible,
be-
Madam
I
Speaker.
don't
How can they be qualified to be hawkers only during that period? Will he confirm that only? Will he confirm that only two criteria were requested? That is, the person should apply for only one site and be a resident of that area, and no other criteria. And will he agree that this is what is causing so much frustration
That is
among the regular
You have
hawkers?
two questions in one. First of all, the criteria.
Well,
Minister,
as I've said earlier on, I gave quite a long and detailed answer while keeping watch on the clock to allow him more time, because this is not what they used to do. But I would like to say that everything I've said in that answer also covers the aspect of criteria. And there are several issues that are the criterion there, and this is what I've already referred to. I refer the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to my answer I gave just a few seconds ago.
okay.
The night fair for the municipality of Port-Louis will start operating tonight. Can the Honourable Minister confirm to the House whether the local government fees temporary provisions regulations 2025 has already been promulgated?
I am informed, according to the officers, that the necessary has been done. I have seen the draft document, and I'm sure that it has force of law already. As far as promulgation is concerned, it will be done by, at latest, the needful will be done by tomorrow morning.
In other words, they will operate today, and the law will be promulgated tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Is that correct, Minister?
In fact,
this is the information.
You see, Madam Speaker, you see, I have the impression that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition... Don't interrupt me, for God's sake.
One moment, let me please.
I know, he's putting a question, but he does not want to listen to the answer. You see, what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is trying to do, Madam Speaker, and if I may be allowed, he is trying all ways and means for this government not to allow those people to work just like they did. Look at, please, let me go on. I know it doesn't allow you. When you look at it, He fails to understand that there are people whom we, this government, unlike his Prime Minister in 2016, who publicly stood up in a meeting in Plaine Verte and said, "Pas pour les autres travail." This is what his Prime Minister did. And we understand that the people of the cities and villages should be allowed to work. So as far as the Gazette is concerned, Madam Speaker, what he doesn't seem to be aware of, it is on Saturdays that those issues are gazetted. It's on Saturdays. He doesn't seem to be aware of it, and he was minister for so long.
Come on.
Madam Speaker,
Mr. Honourable Adjourned, I haven't heard your voice for a long time.
on a point of order, may I refer you to point of order 43, where it is stated, no member shall impute
Point of
improper motives to any
Not
other
point of
member.
order, you mean
May I?
standing order?
Yes,
Which one? You said point of order.
43.
43.
Yeah.
Okay? Which says,
No member shall impute improper motives to any other member.
yeah, it is a well-known one.
Yes.
Well known.
May I then request the Honourable Minister to withdraw what he just said?
Withdraw, please, Minister.
I withdraw since it's never been my intention anyway to impute motives. I only want to state facts. So if the facts give the impression that that's the case, I apologize. But that's not what I meant to do. You see?
You didn't want
I respect what your ruling is.
You didn't want to impute
No,
motives.
not at all.
So please sit down.
Yes.
Let's carry on. Please, Honourable.
Madam Speaker, I was continuing the reply.
You continue the reply.
Yeah,
okay?
if I may.
Yes.
If I may.
It was on which question?
Okay,
Which
I'll ask
question?
him. Allow him.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, please, I am not used to you speaking to me in a sitting position. Normally you stand up. You stand up normally. Please do that.
I put my other question, Madam
Yes,
Speaker.
yes.
Now, time is running out, Madam Speaker, since the festive season is only for a couple of weeks. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether the same arrangements which have been made for those operating in the capital city will be extended to other local authorities? And can you specify which additional roads, in the case of Port Louis, and regions, in the case of other local authorities, will be considered for more hawkers to be able to work during that festive period?
Madam Speaker, I have tabled all relevant documents, and one of the documents relates to his question, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition's question, part D of the question, and the details are at Annex D. Thank you.
With regard to the municipality of Port Louis, one of the street which is being considered is Bourbon Street. Can the Honourable Minister confirm whether Bourbon Street fall within a radius of 500 meters of the central market of Port Louis, and I believe he must be aware that it is prohibited for hawkers to operate within that radius from the central market.
Madam Speaker,
I can't
if I may,
hear.
please.
I can't
Friends.
hear the Minister.
Madam Speaker, you see, as I had said earlier on, and now that I've understood, I mean, what I understand the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is doing is that he's saying, in his question, he wants to prohibit working on Bourbon Street or any place where it's within 500 meters. That's my understanding.
There is so much noise, you can't follow. At the same time, I'm getting 3 amended versions of a document. So Comment je vais faire? Je dois me concentrer sur les documents, je dois me concentrer sur... Alors, where are we, Honourable Leader of the Opposition? Tell me, what is your...
Question then, if they are saying that, how will the municipality of Port Louis ensure, and what are the arrangements that have been made so that the workers, the hawkers operate only during night time and will not operate during daytime?
Okay, good question.
Speaker, please.
Sure.
It's very simple.
It seems...
Madam Speaker, if I'm...
Honourable members,
Please, if I'm...
I know he has a big voice.
Minister of Local Government.
He's sitting there.
Yes, and everybody's shouting. So everybody's shouting. Shh. Everybody's shouting, and then you're surprised that I don't hear. Of course I can't hear if you're all shouting. Even if he has a great voice, I still couldn't hear you. Keep calm so I can listen to the Minister and to the Leader of the Opposition.
With regards to the issue of 500 meters, the Municipal Council of Port Louis has been very careful to take legal advice prior to making any decision. And the legal advice is quite clear on the matter. It has referred even to a specific court judgment, that of the Supreme Court, which was in relation to a concurrence déloyale matter.
Exactement.
And this concurrence déloyale matter obviously was applicable because they could not operate within the 500 meters at the same time, which therefore constituted concurrence déloyale. And as the Honourable Leader of the Opposition would understand, night starts as from the time that the sun is going down. I just wanted to clarify that. So obviously, since I have a lot of respect for hopefully the logic that he has, he understands that it's not operating at the same time. The market will be closed, so therefore there cannot be concurrence déloyale.
No, but his question
Is how do you ensure?
That's part B of my answer now. Now, with regards to ensuring, it's very simple. The Municipal Council of Port Louis have inspectors, they have police officers, they have enforcement agencies, the health inspectors. What they will do is that before 6 p.m., during the working hours, and from the moment that they leave, that is, that's from 1 to 2 a.m., the place will have to be cleaned up. That is why the additional money is being asked for, 150 to 500 rupees. Cleaned up, but for Port Louis it's 150 rupees. It's going to be cleaned up. And once it's cleaned up, all the people who are operating on those roads will have to be put away. They're away, because then it's got the parking spaces are used usually on Defoe Street, SSR Street. It's used normally. And then traffic is usual traffic. And then it is as from 6 that they're authorized to come at places and numbers that have already been demarcated. Very simple, structured, practical solution. So the Honourable Leader of the Opposition should not worry. We invite him to come there. I'm sure he will have quite a good deals there. And he will see that it's being done properly.
Okay. As for Maghrib then, as for Maghrib.
Just before.
We have to be worried, Madam Speaker. Is the Honourable Minister aware whether the Chief Health Inspector of the Municipality of Port Louis gave a statement at the Popanesi Police Station yesterday afternoon because he had received death threats? Are you aware of that?
Will you be aware of that?
Madam Speaker, for one thing, I'm not aware of it. For two, that does not change in any way the decisions that government has taken in the interest of all hawkers, and interest of the public, and the interest of the inhabitants of all the towns and villages. Now, once again, I still have the impression he doesn't want this market fair to be organized. That's why he's trying to throw spanners in the wheel.
Don't impute motives, please.
I'm saying it's an impression.
Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether during consultations, because he chaired that interministerial committee, he was made aware of the concerns of shop owners on the issue of the unfair competition that this market will generate?
I have chaired that meeting. All those apprehensions attention has been brought to us. there were not only ministers, but also some elected members, backbenchers, who gave their views and helped in trying to find solutions, and I'm very thankful to all of them. And I must say that we have taken into account all those particular issues. We have also taken into account, Madam Speaker, the fact that the Victoria Urban Terminal, where people were sent there with the dream that they would manage to be able to make a living there as hawkers, in fact, it is a dead end where people can't even work. Those are hawkers suffering there. And these are one of what work the MSM has done. I have to take that into account as well.
Minister, we are not talking of that issue for the moment.
It's connected.
No. Last question.
Can the Honourable Minister confirm if from the list of those who have been granted permits to operate, members of the same families have obtained more than one stall? And will he confirm that this situation does constitute an unfair advantage on other families who were eligible but have not been selected, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, for one thing, the criteria was very simple. It was one stall per applicant. This has been adhered to, and this has not been departed from, strictly. Now, something else. It is also important to note that if it happens to be that there is a list in front of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, we have been so transparent because we know that we have done things as it should be done. The Municipal Council of Portree, the Lord Mayor and their officers have adhered to strict measures, discipline, where they do not want to be accused and cannot be accused of any wrongdoing. Now, it is clear that there are people who may be unsatisfied for whatever reason. But in spite of that, the Lord Mayor has, together with the councillors and the officers, are trying to find ways and means of accommodating in line with what has been agreed. So there is, once again, a willingness, and not only a willingness, but a demonstrated willingness on the part of this government to show that we have heard the apprehensions of the traders, of the shop owners, of those who are now going to be the marchands, saisonniers, or occasional traders. We have also listened to the need for traffic for fluidity, emergency work, services to come in. We have looked at the rights of the inhabitants, the rights of shop owners. All of this have been put into the equation. And what we want to create now is what? The festive mood, the good mood. It comes back to the capital, it comes back to the towns, comes back to the cities and villages when it has been killed under their mandate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Time is now up. Want to raise? Yes, Honourable Duval is going to raise his...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I wish to draw your attention to a breach of Standing Orders 42 by the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister during the sitting of Tuesday, 9 December 2025, when he directed towards me, Madam Speaker, the following unbecoming words, unbecoming, insulting and offensive words, bourrique, imbécile, bachara. The House will no doubt know that this is not the first occurrence. Far from it. And I respectfully request that you direct the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister to withdraw these remarks and to apologise to the House.
I can only ask him to withdraw these words as per standing orders. Please do so nicely.
I withdraw.
No, you withdraw all three words. The three words mentioned. Deputy Prime Minister, I don't appreciate that.
Festive mood, festive mood.
I am far from provoking you. You haven't tested me yet.
Motion.
Motion, Prime
Madam
Minister.
Speaker, I beg to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by ministers.
Prime Minister.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, with your permission, I have two statements to make. First of all, I wish to make a statement relating to the various very serious incident that took place at Melrose Prison on the 9th of December 2025, resulting in the death of an inmate, Andy Selmo, at about 25 hours on the same day. Madam Speaker, information provided to my office by the Commissioner of Prisons and the Commissioner of Police has revealed some very alarmingly disturbing facts. Immediate action was taken to interdict Superintendent of Prisons, Mr. Govardhan Buldeu, and Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Vijay Singh Jari. I'm also informed that 4 detainees who allegedly participated in the assault on Andy Selmo have been identified through CCTV footage, and they have been transferred to other prisons for their own security. I'm further informed that the CID team led by Assistant Superintendent of Police, Cindy Yan, has already started an inquiry. So far, 15 statements from prison officers, prison's health officers, and several detainees have already been recorded. Strict instructions have been given to the police that this inquiry be completed in the shortest delay possible, and the file will then be referred to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for necessary action. Madam Speaker, what has happened at the prison is simply revolting. What is equally unacceptable is that this incident took place at the same prison where serious disturbances took place a few months ago on the 17th of July 2025. I present my sincere condolences to the family of the victim, and I wish to give them the assurance that we shall do all that is possible to bring to justice all those responsible for the death of Andy Selmo. In view of the very disturbing circumstances surrounding the death of Andy Selmo, I'm setting up a board of inquiry under Section 31A of the Public Inquiries Act to inquire into the case. The board of inquiry will be presided by former Judge Mr. Paul Lam Shan Lin, who has been consulted and who shall be appointed to act alone on such terms and conditions as will be decided in Section 8(1) and 2 of Public Inquiries Act. I will make a further statement to the House as soon as reasonably practicable as regard to the terms of reference of the Board of Inquiry in line with Section 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 of the Public Inquiries Act.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Your second statement.
Yes, Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to make a statement on the salary compensation 2026. It will be recalled that at the meeting of the Tripartite Technical Committee held under the chairmanship of Honourable Minister of Labour and Industrial Relations on the 26th of November 2025, Statistics Mauritius informed that the inflation rate for the year 2025 is estimated at 3.7%. Yesterday, the Tripartite Committee meeting on salary compensation was held under my chairmanship to consider the proposals from workers and employers' representatives and propose the quantum of salary compensation to be paid as from the 1st of January 2026. Representative of employees proposed a monthly salary compensation ranging from 855 rupees to 1,792 rupees across the board. On the other hand, Business Mauritius proposed that a salary compensation of 3.7% be paid only, which is equivalent to 3.7% of the national minimum wage of 17,110 rupees to employees drawing a monthly basic salary of up to 50,000 rupees. The 50,000 rupees threshold is consistent with last year's policy decision for salary compensation and payment of the 14th month bonus. Some 409,400 employees will benefit from the salary compensation, of which 89,100 is in the public sector and 320,300 in the private sector. 88% of employees in the economy will therefore benefit from the salary compensation. The annual cost of the salary compensation is estimated at 3.38 billion rupees, of which 740 million will be for the public sector and 2.64 billion rupees for the private sector. Madam Speaker, despite the tight fiscal situation, government is making an exceptional effort in favor of our senior citizens and the most vulnerable groups of our society. Government has also decided to grant an increase of 3.7% to all beneficiaries of basic pensions as from the 1st of January 2026. These include beneficiaries of basic retirement pension, basic widow's pension, basic invalidity pension, and orphan pension. Furthermore, government is extending the increase to all eligible beneficiaries of income support, that is, those having reached 60 years but not eligible for the BRP. These measures will cover more than 350,000 beneficiaries and will cost 2.4 billion rupees annually. Madam Speaker, in line with our policy focused on compassion and inclusiveness, we are making today this effort despite the very difficult economic and fiscal context and our commitment on fiscal consolidation. I also wish to inform the House, Madam Speaker, that I intend to make a statement on the Pay Research Bureau report 2026 next week.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Minister.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I wish to make a statement in light of my previous replies on the situation at Shelter Cap l'Espoir and the Child Daycare Center at Beach-Tombeau. Madam Speaker, at the time I took office in November 2024, the situation at the shelter was deeply disturbing and upsetting. Some staff had been taking advantage of their position of authority with clear impunity. For instance, food meant for children was being taken and carried away. Age-appropriate meals were not served to these children. The children were made to believe that cameras were installed to watch their doings and whereabouts, and consequently, they were incited to damage same. Madam Speaker, following the absconding of minors from the shelter on 1st June 2025, government was informed on the immediate closure of shelter L'Oiseau du Paradis and the setting up of an internal inquiry which led to the suspension of certain staff of the NCC, the National Children's Council. Meanwhile, renovation works were initiated. Training programs were provided to enhance caregivers' skills working at the shelter by officers of my ministry as well as resource persons from an NGO. The shelter was reopened on 5th December 2025 with new programs and activities designed for children. Likewise, the situation at the Child Daycare Center at Beach-Tombeau was also disturbing, as already highlighted in my reply to the PQ at the last sitting of the National Assembly on 9th December 2025. Madam Speaker, my ministry has therefore embarked on a transformative journey to overhaul the service delivery for children in need of care and protection, as well as the provision of early childhood services, respectively, for Cap l'Espoir and the Child Daycare Center of Beach-Tombeau. Based on the deficiencies noted at the Child Daycare Center, immediate corrective measures were taken. The officer in charge was replaced by the Assistant Child Program Officer of the NCC. The new acting officer in charge was designated to reinforce operational supervision and restore compliance pending the enlistment of a duly registered manager. Furthermore, Furthermore, an upskilling session was provided by officers of my ministry to the caregivers working at the daycare center from 24th October to 3rd November 2025. In addition, they were also provided a half-day on-the-job training at a nearby child daycare in Beach-Tombeau called Éveil Oui Nous Capables. Madam Speaker, some serious allegations were made on Tuesday, 9th December 2025 by an honourable member who indicated that evidence would be tabled at the National Assembly. Following these allegations, an internal inquiry has been initiated by the ministry. As soon as the documentary evidence is tabled, appropriate disciplinary or legal actions will be taken according to law. Such allegations, if proved, cannot be taken lightly. With regard to qualifications and experience, the Child Daycare Center Regulations 2022 do not require a manager to hold specific child care qualifications. As for child caregivers, they should hold a basic qualification in child care or at least possess 3 years' experience in the field of child care services. Under the regulations, due diligence is mandatory for all staff. Managers and caregivers must submit certificates of character and medical certificates before registration and subsequently every 2 years. I wish to reassure the House that my ministry is ensuring that the provisions of the regulations are being strictly complied with. Madam Speaker, the National Children's Council is meant to be the key consultative and coordinating national body on activities and issues relating to children. As from May 2025, a new NCC board was set up with a new chairperson. The NCC is now on the right track with regard to its true mission. However, with regard to the shelter, we had to entrust the management to the NCC, for which a government decision was obtained. And my ministry will endeavour to outsource the management of the shelter. Madam Speaker, as a caring government, we remain fully committed towards creating an environment conducive to the well-being and development of our children. Moreover, as a new initiative, a steering committee comprising officers of my ministry, representatives of the NCC, 2 representatives of caregivers, and 2 representatives of the children would be set up as a monitoring mechanism for the effective running of shelters. Madam Speaker, actions have been taken by my ministry to turn things around, yet much is to be done. A situation that has deteriorated over the last 10 years cannot be changed overnight, but we will leave no stone unturned in our struggle for a better protection and development of children entrusted to us. Madam Speaker, the doors of my ministry are open and will always remain open to welcome all those willing to contribute positively and meaningfully in the best interest of children, of the children of our Republic. I thank you.
Thank you.
Public Bill, second reading.
Yes, Honourable Second Member for Quartier Militaire and Moka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is fundamental, for it aims to change our road culture. Our current road culture is dangerous and deadly with tragic consequences. A responsible government has the duty to save lives. This bill does precisely this. It is about fostering a more responsible driving culture. In 2016, the removal of the penalty point system demonstrated demagogy at the expense of the people's well-being and safety. Then, our streets were flooded with cars. Our bus services were made inadequate and irregular. All the while, more roads were built. These factors, along with the neoliberal dismantling of our social infrastructure, our health sector, our education sector, entailed an explosion of social ills and violence, including a dangerous, deadly road culture. On the streets, anger is everywhere when we are compelled to experience austerity imposed by socio-economic crisis. As a result, the road becomes one of the spaces where that pent-up anger erupts, explodes, and destroys. Madam Speaker, road rage is indeed too common on our streets. How often do we come across drivers who have become machines, their humanity erased, their transformation into raging monsters complete? On our roads, we witness aggressive behavior on a daily basis. Tirades of insults, physical battering, vicious attacks, bouts of insanity. We have all experienced the terror of being a victim of a perpetrator of road rage. Fear grips our mind, and our heart skips a beat. We know not what they can do. Where does this rage stem from? A capitalist system, a neoliberal system that compels people to live in dire austerity, to live in precarity, to live in constant anxiety and fear and anger at those who profit from our sweat and blood by giving us insecure jobs, heightened cost of living, and dire social inequality. Capitalism destroys humanity. It transforms the driver into a raging machine. Exhausted, tired after long hours of work in places where employee abuse is rife, the driver loses it on the road and in the domestic sphere. A neoliberal world destroys social welfare, emphasizes competitive individualism and wealth accumulation at the expense of others. It dehumanizes the self. Madam Speaker, may I refer you to the evocative short animation film by Steve Cutts. You can watch it later on YouTube. We both know that art can awaken the mind. Cutts depicts humanity during late-stage capitalism as thousands of rats caught in a race for cash. On the roads, these rats are entrapped in infuriating traffic jams as they battle to reach the deadly workplace. Well, one rat too many and aggression rages. One car too many at peak hours, aggression rages. When it rains, chaos reigns on the streets. As research has shown, crowded roads worsen rage. Research has also demonstrated that road rage is mostly perpetrated by young males in their early 30s. Madam Speaker, road rage is therefore a gender-based issue. Toxic masculinity leads to accidents as much as alcohol, fatigue, speed, and drugs. Men aged between 21 and 50 are the main victims and perpetrators of road accidents in Mauritius. Right now, when we have all been discussing gender-based violence, we need to be sensitive as to how men are victims of toxic masculinity. At illegal rallies held across the island, young men compete to win at dangerous driving. Regrettably, cars still symbolize masculinity and virility. Dangerous driving signals the macho stereotype that breaking speed limits channel male driving abilities. The reintroduction of the penalty point system, therefore, is about tackling deep-rooted gender-based misconceptions that lead to violence and tragedy on our streets. This bill reflects how this government is taking responsible action. It seeks to protect life endangered by capitalism that reinforces gender-based violence, reinforces patriarchy. From 2010 to 2020, the number of road accidents spiraled by 41%. Recent data shows but a slight drop in the early quarter of 2025. The issue remains critical. As we are all strongly aware, road accidents destroy lives. They carry a heavy emotional and physical toll on survivors. The social and psychological impacts of post-traumatic stress disorder following road accidents are severe, complex, and difficult to treat. This trauma may be carried across generations. Moreover, PTSD requires steady and long-term access to psychological care for a patient to heal. By making drivers responsible and avoiding accidents, we are ensuring that there are less victims to life-altering PTSD. This is care. Madam Speaker, in 2025, Tandrayan Raghubar, a researcher, noted that we have limited emergency response capacity. She also underlined the economic toll of accidents on the health sector. Accidents reduce GDP by 0.42%. Not that we care about GDP, we care about life. But within a context of economic crisis, the penalty point system promises much relief. Globally, across multiple countries, the penalty point system has proven its effectiveness in dramatically reducing the number of accidents once it is implemented. Scientific evidence shows that the point-based license reduces road traffic offences by almost 80% in some cases. This bill exemplifies how a scourge can be tackled with informed and knowledgeable decision-making. This bill, Madam Speaker, as most bills introduced by the Honourable Attorney General, is about ensuring social justice within the legal system. The penalty point system guarantees that all perpetrators are equally penalised.
Madam Tanu,
Yes.
it was introduced by the Honourable Minister Osman, of course with the help of the Attorney General's office.
Yes, of course.
It's the same as the bills that I have introduced, that's what she meant.
Yeah.
That's the English.
I'm sure she didn't.
Well done.
Thank you.
Attorney General always works on all bills anyway, yeah. But
Thank
after the Minister has worked on it.
Sure. So thank you, Honourable
Yeah, sorry, I
Minister.
stopped you.
That's all right. I stand to be corrected at any point in time.
Good.
Okay. The penalty point system guarantees that all perpetrators are equally penalised for driving offences committed. For the wealthy, fines are too easily dealt with. They are not deterrents to poor road practices. The penalty point system, in contrast, is fair and just. The system aims to sanction all drivers equally, regardless of their economic or social status. It will entail behavioral changes and the reduction of risky behaviors across all social classes. The penalty point system is also crucial for us bus users. We are often treated as second-class citizens. Our comfort and needs are barely taken care of. Anybody who has taken a bus from Plaine-Magnan to Port-Louis at peak hours, or from Rosehill to Rivière-du-Rempart, knows that our buses can transform into dangerous roller coasters. The thrill is real. The danger is even more real. You can get a ride for as cheap as 35 rupees, and there are no seat belts. If you stand, be prepared to do gymnastics. With the penalty point system, we may aspire to more road safety for bus users. Together with the fleet management system, the penalty system will protect us. The fleet management system is therefore a matter of urgency. Madam Speaker, for our roads to be safe, we need to emphasize the importance of driver education, which this bill briefly refers to in terms of driver rehabilitation. Driver re-education may sensitize drivers so they understand the damaging impacts of their risky behaviors. Research accomplished by the University of Madrid emphasizes that the number of drivers who offend again after losing their license is very, very low. 1,850 out of 850,000 drivers. Thus, a strong driver re-education program that teaches about accident-related trauma and its transgenerational impacts is necessary. Moreover, as former speakers have noted, for the point-based license system to be fully effective, we will require functional surveillance systems and improved road infrastructure. Most importantly, we need to rethink our social and economic model that currently heightens the incidence of dangerous driving. Neoliberalism kills, it destroys life. It makes us senseless consumers, tired workers, angry humans, and mad drivers. It wants more roads, more cars, more buildings, more shopping malls, senseless privatization, endless hours of work for the poor, and endless wealth accumulation for the murderous capitalist elites. In contrast, eco-feminist socialism sustains life. It helps us review our modes of life for more happiness and well-being. Feminist eco-socialism should be at the core of our societal program, not an economic system that turns us into raging machines. Indigenous women farmers who fight capitalism teach us to value life and nature, not cars. They call upon us to take a walk, gaze at the stars, breathe clean air, and rest. We are not money-making machines. We do not kill. We are made to care for each other, sit under trees, breathe in the sea, and tell the story of the eco-feminist. Pepita from Plaine de Papaye to our children. Pepita did not become an astronaut in a man's world. She chose nature, not roads. She chose life, not cars. The moon embraced her. The penalty point system is a major step ahead. Thank you. But we need system change. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Honourable Rukni.
Madam Speaker, as Mauritians leave their homes they invariably get on our roads to go and grab opportunities to go to work or to go for leisure. At the same time, they are exposed to threats that invariably comes with road traffic. Our job is to stimulate our people to go and grab opportunities, to go for jobs, and also to do everything that we can to mitigate the risks and threats that can be faced by our dear people. Madam Speaker, today as we consider the Road Traffic Amendment Bill, I would like to remind the House that behind every statistic lies a life, a family, and often a tragedy that scars a whole community. Road fatalities are not numbers, they are stories, broken futures, and empty chairs at the dinner table. Madam Speaker, let it be said clearly, it was a Labour-led government in 2012 that had the courage to introduce the penalty point systems. It wasn't a perfect system. It was a lesser system than the minister is introducing, but yet it was a modern, responsible, internationally recognized reform. Then came the 2014 change of government. The MSM administration scrapped the system, not because it was ineffective, but because it was politically convenient, and Mauritius paid the price. I will not revisit the technical details of the bill. The Honourable Minister has presented them comprehensively and with clarity. My purpose today is to speak about responsibility. Political responsibility, moral responsibility, and national responsibility. There comes a time when politics and campaigning must be left at the door. Today is one of those days. When we were returned to office a year ago, this country was on its knees, economically weakened, socially fractured, and morally adrift. Every bill brought to this House by this government has been rebuilding the foundations of our republic brick by brick. We still face challenges, yeah, but the difference, Madam Speaker, is that we are not governing out of fear or calculation. We are governing out of duty. The price of not taking the right decisions is simply too high. When leaders fail to act because they are unsure of what to do, or because they fear unpopularity, the cost is paid by the people. Let the House be reminded of something that touched the nation deeply. In 2023, a pilgrim was electrocuted and his car caught fire on its way to Ganga Talao. One poor soul lost his life. And everyone knew that decisive, clear safety measures were needed. What did the previous government do? They implemented what I call cosmetic guidelines, a complete abdication of responsibility. And the following year, 8 young men, 8 children of Mauritius, all from my constituency, lost their lives in a similar tragedy. This, Madam Speaker, is what happens when leadership fails. In contrast, as soon as we came to office, the Prime Minister ensured that regulations were clear and enforcement effective. After 2 painful years, our country was finally able to celebrate Mahashivratri safely again. This is the difference between governance and political avoidance. We do not abdicate our responsibilities. And this is not new. In 2012, when the Honourable Minister Anil Bechu introduced the penalty point system with proper enforcement, the fatality rate dropped by 13% in just 1 year. These are facts. And then the Adjourned government dismantled the system and fatalities rose again. This is also facts. Even the then leader of opposition, today our Deputy Prime Minister, warned them about the lack of data and transparency sustaining their 2015 amendment and urged them to adjust the system where and when needed. But clearly, their priorities were elsewhere. Madam Speaker, a law without enforcement is a dead letter. And over the last 10 years, enforcement broke down, institutions weakened. A culture of recklessness took root. And worst of all, the sense of respect for law and for the police eroded. In many places, road offenders behaved as though the law did not apply to them. Illegal rallies, organized and dangerous, became commonplace. Lives were lost because the state closed its eyes. In my own constituency, in Beach-Tombeau notablement, people tell me the same stories every week. Motorcycles, not with silencers, but with noise amplifiers. Riders without helmets. Passengers standing upright. And too often, a funeral a few days later. I have attended funerals of teenagers, promising children, whose lives were shattered in a moment. It is not rare to drive through my constituency and see a wide circle on the asphalt, indicating where a body fell, or where a small bouquet on the side of the road left by a grieving family, where somebody lost his life. Madam Speaker, this is not something any country should accept. It is too high a price to pay for an empty chair at home. It must stop. I would like to thank my friend, the Honourable Mr. Osman Mohammed, for bringing this bill to the House. Combined with measures introduced and to be introduced in the future, it will help reduce fatalities. We must also recognize that we face new dangers, such as people driving under the influence of synthetic drugs. In 2012, this problem did not exist at the scale we see today. Legislation exists, yes, but it is only if its application is firm, fair, and consistent that it will protect our citizens. The penalty point system becomes an essential deterrent in this new context. I can now only hope that we will very soon bring legislation that will enable authorities to impound the vehicles of those who are caught driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Madam Speaker, the goal is not to punish, but to protect. Not to restrict freedom, but to preserve life. No road safety strategy is complete without enforcement, education, prevention, and continuous adaptation. And I have full confidence that this government will keep improving on our road safety practices dynamically, intelligently, and in line with the global best standards adapted to our little island. Before I conclude, Madam Speaker, allow me something personal. These tragedies are not abstract to me. They have touched my own village more than once. I wish to dedicate my intervention today to the memory of my father's very dear friend, Guruji Uchit, who lived in our village at Jouvence. His life was violently taken away by a reckless motorcyclist. A man respected, a man loved, a man who contributed quietly to many lives, gone in a fraction of a second. It is to prevent tragedies like this from striking our families, our neighbors, our communities, that I rise in full support of this bill. If this legislation saves even one life, prevents even one mother from burying her child, or spares even one family from the pain of an empty chair, then we would have done something meaningful today. Madam Speaker, I support this bill.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I propose we go for tea and we come back in half an hour. seated. Honourable François.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, with your permission, allow me before beginning my intervention on the present bill to extend my congratulations to you and the entire National Assembly for the two historic and symbolic events that took place this week. Premièrement, l'Assemblée plénière du Parlement régional des jeunes de l'océan Indien à travers le projet GPS, Gouvernance, Paix et Stabilité de la Commission de l'océan Indien et le support de l'Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie. Secondly, the successful observance of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence held with the remarkable support of UNDP as part of the United Nations Global Campaign. This is innovation in action for our National Assembly. Finally, I wish to congratulate all PESAC students, their parents, and all educational personnel across our Republic, with special mention to those from Mauritius for their outstanding performance of 84.89%. Bravo, élèves. Madam Speaker, coming to the present bill, allow me to begin my intervention by speaking as a recent victim of a serious road accident which occurred just a month ago. I can understand the emotion of Honourable Rockney. It was a profoundly shocking moment. The car transporting me was brutally collided from behind by another vehicle speeding at what I estimate to be no less than 180 km per hour, if not well over 200 km per hour on a highway, where the speed limit is 110 km per hour, judging by the magnitude of the impact. By sheer miracle, we got away without injuries and no trauma, thanks to the Lord, our Savior.
Yes.
Je peux vous dire qu'aujourd'hui, la résilience m'anime et ma vie est une vie tout donnée pour accomplir ma mission pour l'humanité. I fully realize the degree of danger, fragility, and high crash risk on our roads. Madam Speaker, honourable members, it is with a renewed mindset and sense of purpose that I rise today to fully support this Road Traffic Amendment Bill, number 30 of 2025, as presented by Honourable Mahomet. The bill main objective is to provide for the introduction of penalty point system applied to holders of driving licenses, provisional driving licenses, and also to holders of international driving permits. The occurrence of road accidents contributes to a significant number of casualties and deaths in our republic. And that depends on human factor, namely driver error, negligence, irresponsibility, distraction, mobile phone use, unnecessary speeding, reckless driving, which are amongst the 33 deterrent offences listed in the first schedule of the bill. Sure, government is taking a bold step to send a strong signal to the defaulters by enforcing this penalty point system. The bill rightly seeks to restore discipline on our roads, and those who persist in committing offences repeatedly will have to learn the hard way by being removed from driving or riding on our roads until they decide to improve their behaviours. The bill, Madam Speaker, responds to an urgent national concern and to align us with international best practices. It's been mentioned, Australia is moving towards zero tolerance in order to reverse worrying trends in road injury and fatality statistics. A new reality is confronting drivers with enforcement of tough new traffic rules through significantly increased penalties for high-risk and aggravated driving offences. Madam Speaker, road safety is an essential sustainable development target under the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The bill certainly aligns with our commitment to act on road safety-related targets, support to achieve the SDGs Goal 3 and Goal 11 of the 2030 Agenda, and notably targets 3.6 and 11.2. Surely, Goal 3 ensures healthy lives to promote well-being for all at all ages. Goal 11, to make human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Target 11.2 calls upon us by 2030 for access to safe and sustainable transport for all by improving road safety. Madam Speaker, the penalty point system, an unquestionable powerful tool to improve road safety, are fully aligned with government strategy to reduce casualty and make our roads safer. Tuesday last, I addressed a PQ, B1194, to Honourable Minister Ramphal regarding SDGs achievement for our Republic. Honourable Ramphal rightly stated that according to the 2025 Sustainable Development Report, Mauritius achieved an SDG index score of 70.3, well above regional average, and ranked 76 out of the 167 countries. I note in the report that for SDG 3, mentioned above, Mauritius is in the red zone, indicating that major challenges still remain. Madam Speaker, I recall that in 2012, Honourable Bechu, the then Ministry for Transport, set as objective to reduce fatality rate per 100,000 population from the relatively high level of 12.2 to a much lower level, if not to eliminate it altogether. In 2024, the fatality rate per 100,000 population was 11.2, from an average of around 11.0 for the last 10 years. I'm not certain, Honourable Minister, of our national target under the Road Safety Strategy 2021-2030. Is it aligned with the UN objectives to reduce road fatalities by half by 2030? Perhaps you may further enlighten us during the summing up on this target. Madam Speaker, I will not go through the entirety clauses of the bill, but we'll highlight a few clauses. Clause 8, Section 123 AG of Principal Act repealed and replaced by 123 AG of the Principal Act by the following section, 123 AG, allocation and effectiveness of penalty points. By ensuring the application of penalty points to driving licenses and the payment of fixed penalties, government is signaling clearly that we mean business for stricter laws, strong enforcement, and greater accountability rather than profit-making. The Honourable Minister mentioned the introduction of digital penalty point certificate through a digital e-counterpart for security and authenticity enabling real-time management of the penalty point system. Surely this will facilitate operationalization of the system through the link with the revenue collection of the judiciary, the driving license management system of the police, the national land transport authority. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister further stated that there will not be any digital driving license counterpart, as there was in the first penalty point system in 2013. We are living in an era where most people are, in one way or another, dependent on our smartphone. In that spirit, Madam Speaker, I propose that our Republic reconsider legislating for digital driving licenses, which can be displayed on a smartphone to any authorized persons on request. Such a compliant driving license, digital driving license, should function as a simple and secure electronic counterpart to the existing hard copy license, offering a more convenient and modern way of carrying and representing one's driving identification. I'm convinced, my Honourable Citoel, she's not here, will be more than willing to champion this initiative in line with, Ram to hell. What did I say?
You said Citoel, and I think you said she. You said she.
I'm so sorry. Ram to hell.
He's gender neutral.
Yeah. He'll be more willing to champion this initiative in line with government's modernization and digital vision for our republic. We shall not lag behind to meet a system change, rightly canvassed by Honourable Tanu, Ms. Tanu. Madam Speaker, now I wish to briefly comment on the bill in relation to rates. One important issue I wish to raise concerns the suspension of driving licenses and rehabilitation courses. The court may convict a driving offender by ordering the disqualification of his license as part of the penalty imposed. Madam Speaker, the MITD here offers driving rehabilitation courses in Mauritius. These courses are mandatory after certain traffic offences such as drink driving, comprising of one-day theory sessions for traffic offenders also, and include additional modules on defensive driving, learner training, and professional driving leading to certification. With this bill, the whole driving training and education issues must be revamped for the whole Republic. In Rodrigues, 2 courses are currently offered at MITD, Le Chou, with traffic offenders rehabilitation courses, TROC, and the drink driving rehabilitation course, DDRC. I'm informed that this year, in April, 2 batches of TROC and 1 batch of DDRC were held, and in July, 1 batch of each course was also conducted. The November session has been rescheduled to February next year, as the courses depend on the number of offenders referred by the Rodrigues Court. This situation should be reviewed, especially to facilitate breadwinners whose livelihood depends on driving. Madam Speaker, again, as the law becomes harsher, our roads require drivers with a stronger sense of responsibility, social commitment, and mastery of proper driving skills. Too many people, especially the youngsters, mistakenly believe that driving is simply about holding the steering wheel and pressing the pedals. This is far from the truth, as discipline, courtesy, and respect to the Code de la Route must guide every driver as a new mindset and positive behavioral change. In that regard, I propose that the Honourable Minister, together with the Honourable Minister of Education and the Rodrigues Regional Authority, our Regional Assembly, explore the possibility for introduction of short courses on road safety, driving with care, to develop lifelong skills. This could be delivered at MITD Le Chou in Rodrigues. Another issue I wish to address concerns the regularization of automotive driving school instructors, so that they may be fully registered and legally authorized to provide driving instruction. Some instructors in Rodrigues have been operating for more than 20 years without a license. They took part once in the examination dispensed by the MES, and they missed the required 85-point threshold by only 2, 1, 2, or 3 points, and thereafter, nothing so far. I again humbly request that the Honourable Minister, in collaboration with the Mauritius Examination Syndicate, the Police Traffic Branch, and the Rodrigues Local Authority, remedy this long outstanding issue in the interest of those instructors. Madam Speaker, you and Honourable DPM mentioned that Rodrigues once had only 1 vehicle. Indeed, Rodrigues registered its first and only vehicle in 1955, a single Land Rover that served the island for many years. At that time, the only unpaved road stretched from Port Maturin to Saint Gabriel, where the cathedral is. There were our first school was there at Saint Gabriel. And as part of history, the mid-1950s marked the beginning of a new era of development for Oryx, particularly with a revolution, agricultural revolution, initiated by one Philippe Ochin. Coming back to the bill, Madam Speaker, that's part of history. I wanted to put that on record. Madam Speaker, the statistics for 2024 show that Rodrigues has 22,047 registered vehicles. According to NLTA records, as a date for 2025, Rodrigues has registered an additional number of vehicles, 1,351 motorcycles and 918 motor vehicles of various types. This brings the total number of vehicles from 20,047 to 24,316 for 2025, including 15,369 motorcycles and 8,947 motor vehicles. This represents an increase of 4%. Road traffic accident statistics from Oryx Police Division show 176 accidents, including 222 motor vehicles recorded as at November 2025, compared to 198 in 2024. Total number of casualties were 140 in 2024 and 101 as at November 2025, and fatal casualties 2 for this year so far. The highest number of fatal cases recorded over the past 10 years is 6 in 2015 and 2021. Madam Speaker, interestingly, my honourable colleague from Oryx, also my political adversary from Oryx, Honourable Lauriette Manor, highlighted the urgent need to upgrade our existing road infrastructure and construct new roads so that all Rhodesians can enjoy facilities similar to those in the Republic. She's absolutely right. And I therefore associate myself with her remarks. And in the same vein, we should urge, I'm not finished yet, Madam Speaker. We should urge the regional government to prioritize infrastructure development with sound fiscal discipline. It is about agency, control, sustainability, and making the right choices for the future prosperity of Oryx. Madam Speaker, allow me to recall where under roads construction, appropriated funds are being diverted to a non-budget project, the construction of Port Maturin waterfront costing 50 million rupees. I said so, but I need to repeat that. At the expense, as rightly pointed out by Honourable Manor, at the expense of urgently required roads projects across the island, including the mentioned Ansfemi Road as affirmed by Honourable Manor.
I see you keeping an eye on the time.
Yeah, I've been just received the paper. Non, laisse-moi terminer, Madame la Présidente, c'est très important. Il faut parler, j'ai tellement de choses à dire sur Rodrigue. Ouais, yes.
Okay, we'll give him a few minutes.
Yes, okay.
A few minutes for Rodrigue.
Okay. ouais. Plus bon. Ouais. Yes, Madam Speaker, and I should note that in 2022, the RDA and the Traffic Management Road Safety Unit published a report, which today requires an update regarding the possible specific classification of approximately 200 kilometers of roads in Rodrigues. I think the Honourable Minister, we need to look into that, together with the Regional Assembly, road classification. Madam Speaker, another matter that deserves my last point. Possible of granting a special derogation for what is concerning the new offence listed under item 29. Carrying person in the open pickup area, a double cab pickup dual purpose vehicle, offence code DRIV 43. Why I said so? Because it is deeply rooted. A cultural practice to use 4x4 double cab pickup to transport a coffin during funeral procession, especially for access to and from remote areas over entered and track roads. I think, the Honourable Minister, this can be addressed by way of regulations together with our colleagues from Mauritius. Madam Speaker, let me conclude. As usual, I will humbly make a request for the enforcement of this legislation in Rodrigue, that the Commissioner of Police, through the Honourable Prime Minister and Mr. Rodrigues, to continue strengthening the police force in Rodrigue, particularly by deploying trained Rodriguan-born police officers currently posted in Mauritius, who have already applied for their transfer to Rodrigue. It is being done. It is being done. And to conclude, Madam Speaker, the introduction of penalty points system will undoubtedly contribute to shaping the right mindset among drivers, as government remains determined to take bold and severe measures against road defaulters who show no respect for human life. This bill is a strong step forward, realizing the vision of a safe roads throughout the Republic. And I hope in the years to come, the data on road offences will certainly demonstrate that penalty point system has been effective in improving road safety across the Republic. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Yes, Honourable Mrs. Jitan, please.
Madam Speaker, last year, there were close to 40,000 road accidents in Mauritius. 134 Mauritian families buried loved one lost to road accidents. Close to 3,000 people were injured. These statistics recur year after year. Lives lost and people affected for life due to injuries. The numbers from the year 2015 add up to more than 315,000 road accidents, 1,346 lives lost, and over 32,000 injuries. But this is not just about statistics, not about numbers. And as the Honourable Minister of Land Transport and our Honourable Rukni said earlier today, this is about a mother who will not see her child, a wife who lost her husband and a husband who lost his wife, children who will have to grow up without parents. And this is a real tragedy, because behind every road accident statistic is a shattered family. Now, Madam Speaker, these tragedies impose costs that extend far beyond individual grief. Behind the lives lost and injuries lie thousands of hospital bed days, lost income, damaged cars and infrastructure, traffic jams, billions in lost productivity, rising insurance payout for insurance companies, and rising insurance premium for vehicle owners. These tragedies could have been avoided. When we look at the victims, the majority are often young motorcyclists or cyclists and pedestrians. A combination of youthful risk-taking and the most vulnerable on our roads. Our roads have become the Far West. Many drivers think the law does not apply to them. I therefore welcome and fully support our colleague, the Honourable Minister of Land Transport's proposal to reintroduce the penalty point system. This is a long overdue reform that establishes clear accountability for driver behavior. This proposal strikes at the heart of our road safety crisis. The graduated system sends an unambiguous message: reckless driving will no longer be tolerated, and persistent offenders will lose the privilege of operating vehicles on our roads. The penalty point framework is sound, the legal architecture is robust, and the administrative procedures are fair. I commend the Minister of Land Transport for bringing this essential reform to Parliament. As Minister of Economic Planning, I recognize that this is exactly the kind of evidence-based policy intervention our nation needs, one that protects lives while generating substantial social and economic benefits through reduced accidents. Let us look at the economic ramification of this important piece of legislation. And let me take a moment to distinguish between two dimensions of this reform that are often discussed together. This relates to the economic and insurance sectors. First, the economic dividend for our nation from safer roads. Fewer accidents mean immediate savings on government spending. Healthcare expenditures is reduced as hospital emergency department treat fewer injuries. Road infrastructure need fewer repairs. Workforce productivity stabilizes as fewer employees face career-ending injuries. Less hours in traffic jam due to road accident is more productivity for our enterprises. Household financial security improves. Public resources currently consumed by accident response, such as ambulances, emergency staff, hospital beds, rehabilitation services, can be reallocated to other pressing national priorities. Madam Speaker, the World Bank estimates that lives lost and injuries cost Mauritius around 3% of our annual GDP. This is the equivalent to roughly 20 billion rupees every year. International evidence suggests that introduction of penalty point system reduces road accident by up to 30%. Even a conservative 20% reduction in accident frequency would save Mauritius approximately 4 billion annually. This is 4 billion that can be redirected to education, to infrastructure development, to social housing, and to poverty alleviation. These benefits accrue to our nation regardless of insurance market structure. They represent definite economic gains, resources saved, productivity safeguarded, lives protected. Let me now come to the insurance sector and more specifically to the pricing in insurance market. People frequently come to me complaining that mon assurance est trop montée, madame. Do something about it. Motor vehicle insurance premium are on the rise. Please do something about it. Truth is that drivers who have never caused an accident, never violated traffic laws, and drive defensively every day effectively subsidize reckless drivers through uniform insurance premium structures. Insurance industry groups have advocated for using risk-based pricing because they help prevent safe drivers from subsidizing less safe drivers. A driver with a spotless record pays essentially the same premium as one with multiple speeding violations until that reckless driver causes an accident and the entire population's premium rise to cover the claim. Based on risk assessments, high-risk drivers should be paying 2 to 3 times the average premium of a low-risk driver. Differentiated pricing based on risk sends a clear message: recklessness comes at a cost. We do not currently have this system in Mauritius, and this is fundamentally unfair to safe drivers. Madam Speaker, the National Insurance Claim Database, NICD, a centralized digital platform housed under the Financial Services Commission, was launched in September of this year to promote greater transparency, efficiency, and accountability in the insurance sector. Going forward, the NICD will be an invaluable tool in implementing such an differentiated pricing. The NICD provides information on drivers' claim records and will allow all insurance companies to access their claims history. It will also help reduce insurance shopping, where cars that are not roadworthy and therefore at higher risk of accident are able to buy insurance from less reliable providers. With better and timely information, the NICD will also facilitate the processing of claims. And going forward, the data from the point system could also feed into NICD to improve the pricing of insurance products based on driving history. With AI-enabled analytics processing objective violation records, insurance could finally offer bonuses and discounted premiums to low-risk drivers while proportionately increasing rates for high-risk drivers. Bus companies and fleet operators could implement safe driving incentive programs with objective performance metrics. This is not some actuarial gimmick. This is accountability. This is transparency. This is holding individuals financially accountable for the risks they create while rewarding those who drive responsibly. See, in 2024, last year, 478,640 vehicle owners paid an estimated 6.4 billion rupees in insurance premium. That's an average of 13,400 to insure one vehicle. The payout for accident was 5.1 billion rupees. If we reduce accident and the resulting payout by an estimated 20%, this means a saving of just about 1 billion rupees a year. If these are transferred to the customers, it could reduce insurance premium costs by around 2,100 on average per vehicle. And let me be crystal clear. The economic benefits and the insurance market benefits, while complementary, are actually distinct. Our nation gains from fewer accidents regardless of how insurance price adjusts. The insurance market gains fairness and sustainability as a secondary benefit. The primary objective is saving lives and making our roads safer. Madam Speaker, having reviewed international evidence on penalty point system implementation, I believe we have an opportunity to maximize the effectiveness of this reform. We can leverage technology to amplify behavioral change. At its most basic, we already have road traffic cameras, which once deployed remain active 24/7 without any human intervention. Drivers know what is waiting. Police officers can focus on other priority work, and these have been shown to be effective. And these are investments that repay for themselves. The benefit-cost ratio of speed cameras typically ranges from 2:1 to 10:1, meaning for every rupee spent, there are 2 rupees to 10 rupees saved in costs related to accident and injuries, and they save lives too. How to avoid drivers gaming the system? Points documented on paper after occasional police stop may not fully alter behavior. A risky driver who knows that speeding might occasionally be detected by a police patrol will calculate the odds and take that risk. A driver who knows that speeding will be consistently and automatically detected will modify his or her behavior fundamentally. Points backed by certain, consistent, automatic detection fundamentally reshape how drivers think about risk every single time that they get behind the wheel. And this is what we need. We must acknowledge an uncomfortable truth. Mauritian driving culture has shifted in dangerous directions. Speeding has become normalized. Some drivers think our roads are Formula One track. Many motorcycles turn our roads in racing circuits. Mobile phones used while driving is routine. Risky overtaking is accepted. But these behaviors kill people. They kill the drivers themselves. They kill innocent passengers. They kill pedestrians. And they kill other road users who made no dangerous choice but had the misfortune of being in the wrong place when a delinquent driver made a fatal decision. They cause lifelong injuries and trauma. And let's be frank, our current enforcement capabilities face major constraints, limited detection capability, large volumes of undetected violations, and resource constraint on manual operations. These are not criticism of our police force who work diligently with available resources. These are issues that technology can help address. Improving road behavior cannot be corrected through penalties alone. It requires certainty of detection, and this is what video camera-based systems deliver: continuous, impartial, reliable enforcement. We can leverage technology to make our roads smarter and our islands safer. I would say we can also leverage technology to improve the governance of our road management. Faced with the prospect of losing their points and paying a fine, some drivers may likely propose a bribe. The majority of our officers will deal with this by reporting it. But unfortunately, a small minority may accept the bribe. And this is where decay starts and the efficacy of the system starts to collapse. That's why we will need to invest in more technological interventions. They will find drivers on one criterion only: breach of road traffic regulations, irrespective of who the drivers are, whom they know, and in which station their families work. This is transparency, this is fairness. I would therefore respectfully request the Minister of Land Transport to consider developing, as a subsequent phase to the penalty point implementation, a comprehensive video camera-based violation detection system to maximize the deterrent effect and amplify the results from this crucial reform. Madam Speaker, let me conclude where I began, with those 134 families who lost loved ones due to road accident in just last year. If we replicate the 20 to 30% reduction in accidents from the penalty point system, Mauritius could save up to 40 lives annually. 40 families who do not bury children, parents, spouses, 40 funerals that do not happen. The Honourable Minister of Land Transport's penalty point proposal provides the legal structure for driver accountability, and I commend him for bringing this important piece of reform forward. We must maximize its effectiveness. Intelligent video enforcement technology provides the detection certainty that can be data-driven and transformative. Beyond the human cost, we preserve economic productivity. We reduce the stress on the healthcare system. We enable insurance market transformation through risk-differentiated pricing. We reward responsible drivers financially. We build the data infrastructure for continuous safety improvement. Most fundamentally, we change the culture on Mauritian roads from one where violations are routine and consequences are uncertain to one where safe driving is expected, enforced, and non-negotiable. 10 years from now, Madam Speaker, when our road fatality rate would have reached historic lows, we will look back at this moment. We will recognize it as a day when Parliament chose lives over political convenience. Let us commit to those 1,346 families and to all the families we can still save, that this government will continuously strive for safer and more secure roads to build a more prosperous and safer Mauritius. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Minister Ganesh.
Madam Speaker, at the very outset, allow me to extend my congratulations to the Minister Mohamed, Minister of Land Transport, for introducing the Road Traffic Amendment Bill, a legislative measure that will undoubtedly have a positive impact on our society and foster greater discipline among our drivers for the benefit of all road users. I rise today to join him in his strong support of the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. I do so with a profound sense of duty, a deep moral conviction, and an unwavering commitment to the citizens of our Republic. This bill is not merely a piece of legislation. It is not just a procedural formality or a political statement. It is above all a reflection of our national conscience, an expression of our collective responsibility, and a measure of the value we attach to human life. Madam Speaker, the vision of this government is clear and simple. A Mauritius where every journey is safe. A Mauritius where every life is valued. A Mauritius where road safety becomes a national culture. This vision cannot be achieved overnight, but with conviction, unity, and discipline, it remains within our reach. Unlike the former government, which ignored warnings and neglected its duties, we are committed to implementing this new system. Our ultimate objective is protecting lives. We are implementing it because our citizens and road users deserve a modern, fair, effective, and evidence-based road safety system. And that is exactly what we're delivering. Madam Speaker, to understand the urgency of this reform, we must revisit our recent history. In 2013, Mauritius introduced the penalty point system. It's not the first time that we are coming with it. It was introduced in 2013. The results at that time were immediate and undeniable. In just 1 year, road deaths were reduced by 17.4%. The system was working. Lives were being saved. Families were being spared the agony of loss. But in 2014, a tragic political choice was made. The MSM and its allies made the irresponsible decision to campaign against this proven safety tool. It was one of the rare instances globally where a political party actively opposed a life-saving mechanism for short-term populist gain. Once in power, the MSM chose the opposite path. They abolished the system, dismantling a mechanism that was fully aligned with international standards. The result of that decision, Madam Speaker, was a decade of stagnation and tragedy. From 2015 to 2024, over 1,300 Mauritians lost their lives on our roads. Annual death remained stubbornly high, fluctuating between 139 and 157. There was no progress, no coherent strategy, just a counting of bodies. Meanwhile, countries like France, Germany, Netherlands, Finland, and Italy, which strengthened their penalty points, the rate of fatal road accidents had fallen drastically. The contrast is stark. Where others modernized, the previous government regressed. Where evidence was clear, political expediency prevailed. Today, Madam Speaker, we are here to correct those mistakes. We will not repeat them. We will not neglect our duty. We will not shy away from difficulties, but will be bold and committed to reverse the dreadful situation created by them. Madam Speaker, whenever significant reform is introduced, questions arise, and it is quite legitimate. That is healthy and good for our democracy. But the concerns surrounding the penalty point system are not reasons to avoid it. They are reasons to implement it responsibly. I wish to address the four main concerns that have been raised directly and transparently. Concern number one, is the system too strict? The answer is no. The system punishes patterns of behavior, not isolated mistakes. A single minor error will not strip you of your license. But if you repeatedly speed, if you repeatedly endanger others, the system will catch you. We are targeting the reckless, not the responsible. Concern number two, will it hurt new drivers? No. In fact, it will protect them. Young drivers will be better prepared. New license holders will grow up in an environment of discipline and accountability, reducing the chance of dangerous habits taking root. Young drivers are statistically more vulnerable to accidents. This system will guide them towards safe habits from day one. Concern number three, will it increase fines? No. Points do not replace fines. They complement them. In many cases, points allow for behavioral correction without severe financial penalties. The goal is not to fill the treasury. The goal is to keep people alive. Concern number four, will it be fair? Yes, Madam Speaker. Under previous systems, enforcement was often inconsistent. The new system is transparent, automated, and uniform. Records are accessible, procedures are consistent. Technology reduces arbitrary enforcement. Every driver is treated equally, whether you are powerful or powerless. Anyway, the camera does not discriminate. Drivers will know exactly what each offense means. There are no hidden surprises, no discretionary punishments, and no ambiguity. Furthermore, it will be easier for police to enforce. With the new proposed system, police officers can focus on serious offenses rather than administrative processes. This improves policing, reduces roadside conflicts, and enhances public trust. Madam Speaker, some may ask, how does this help the ordinary driver? The answer is simple. It makes the roads safer for everyone. But let me enumerate the benefits more deeply. First, we will have safer roads. By removing reckless and repeated offenders, we reduce the likelihood of accidents. This benefits every user of the roads, drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists alike. Second, there will be fairness and equality. As I stated, the days of inconsistent enforcement will be over. The rule of law applies to all. Third, it will lead to less insurance costs. International evidence shows that when accidents decrease, insurance costs follow. A safer road environment benefits responsible drivers financially. Fourth, it will promote responsible driving. The psychological impact of accumulating points is powerful. Drivers become more vigilant, more respectful of road signs, and more aware of the consequences of any risky behavior. Madam Speaker, while we introduce this legislation, my ministry is doing its part. A penalty point system requires an environment that supports compliance. We are implementing a comprehensive infrastructure upgrade plan. Modern road design. We are redesigning high-risk intersections and roundabouts to reduce conflict points. Standardized signage. We are auditing and upgrading road signs across the country. A driver must see the limit to respect the limit. Black spot intervention. We are fast-tracking engineering solutions for accident-prone zones. Maintenance. We are clearing vegetation and fixing road markings to ensure that enforcement is technically sound and visually clear. We are building a physical environment that matches the legal framework, modern, safe, and efficient. Madam Speaker, this reform is more than legislation. It is a movement towards respect, accountability, and shared responsibility. Our citizens also must adopt responsible behavior. Government cannot do this alone. Road safety is a shared responsibility. Every citizen must play a part, whether it be drivers, pedestrians, educators, parents, businesses, or community organizations. We must build a culture of road respect, respect for speed limits, respect for pedestrians, respect for motorcyclists, respect for school zones, respect for traffic officers, and more important, respect for the sanctity of human life. Road safety is not an inconvenience. It is an essential act of citizenship. Let us be honest. Too many drivers in Mauritius view road rules as suggestions rather than laws. Too many believe they are immune to consequences. Too many assume that accidents happen only to others. But the reality is that accidents spare no one. They strike young and old, rich and poor, urban and rural, experienced and inexperienced. The only barrier between life and death on our road is responsible behavior. Madam Speaker, this is a turning point. For too long, we tolerated dangerous driving as a cultural norm. For too long, we accepted preventable tragedies as unavoidable. For too long, we relied on outdated systems that belong to the past. With the introduction of the penalty point system, together we are taking a decisive step into a safer, more disciplined, more responsible future. We do this not for political gain, but for the taxi drivers who aspire to safer traffic conditions, for the motorcyclists navigating traffic to deliver meals, for the mother driving her child to school, for the grandparents crossing the road outside their home, for the students who dream for a better tomorrow, for every family who wants to live without the fear of road traffic tragedy. We do this because every life matters. We do this because every accident prevented is a life saved. We do this because Mauritius deserves better. Madam Speaker, the penalty point system is not merely a reform, it is a promise of safety, a promise of discipline, a promise of accountability, a promise of better Mauritius. Let history record this moment, which shows courage over complacency, action over apathy, and responsibility over connivance. Let us move forward together. Let us build safer systems, safer communities, and a safer future for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madame Speaker, j'aimerais commencer en félicitant le ministre du Transport pour l'excellent travail qu'il fait depuis un an. Notre mission, Madame Speaker, notre mission et notre devoir est de sauver des vies sur nos routes et faire diminuer année après année le nombre d'accidents et de victimes sur nos routes. Nous avons, de ce côté de la Chambre, nous avons écouté attentivement les intervenants ici même au Parlement. And like, as usual, the so-called opposition that has chosen once again to be absent for nearly all of the debate. Nous avons écouté, nous, attentivement les intervenants ici, et pour ma part, j'ai aussi lu attentivement tous les commentaires et les suggestions formulées jusqu'ici dans la presse et ailleurs. Avec cette loi, je le répète moi aussi après bien des orateurs, avec cette loi, nous faisons un grand pas en avant. Nous corrigeons en fait un grand pas en arrière, mais pour faire un grand pas en avant. Mais il est clair aussi, après tout ce que nous avons entendu et lu, il est clair aussi que nous aurons à amender un bon nombre de lois, et j'en ai discuté avec le ministre, un bon nombre de lois et de regulations, de règlements, dans le sillage de cette loi. Il faudra la compléter en effectuant ces amendements dans les lois existantes et dans les regulations existantes. En attendant de faire cela, aujourd'hui, je vais parler surtout sur le penalty point system. Beaucoup, presque tous les orateurs, évidemment, ont parlé sur le penalty point system. Mais moi, j'aimerais revenir, après avoir entendu ce que le ministre et d'autres ont eu à dire là-dessus, j'aimerais surtout revenir sur une grande et ambitieuse innovation dans le penalty system, dans le penalty point system, c'est-à-dire le redemption system. Je n'aime pas trop l'expression, pour des raisons évidentes, mais le redemption system que je traduis comme un système de rattrapage. Ce sera très intéressant de voir comment ça va se développer dans les 3 mois, 6 mois à venir, et après aussi. Comme on le sait, Madame Speaker, à 15 points, quelqu'un ayant accumulé un chauffeur ayant accumulé 15 points de pénalité, perd son permis. Et là, avec ce redemption system, ce système de rattrapage, il prévoit qu'arrivé à 10 points, la personne concernée peut suivre un cours et aller devant un cours COURS et aller devant la cour COUR, devant une cour de district. Un rehabilitation course, et ensuite demander à la cour d'être entendue, et si la personne est entendue avec succès, il rattrape un maximum de 3 points sur 15. Je pense qu'une bonne partie de la population n'a pas compris du tout cette innovation, cette nouveauté qui peut avoir un impact considérable au-delà de Maurice, de l'île Maurice même, je veux dire. Et quand je parle de cours, nous parlons de cours de district, des différentes cours de district qui ont pénalisé, qui ont fixé les amendes, qui ont fixé les pénalités, les différentes cours de district.
Les magistratures.
C'est nouveau et c'est challenging. C'est très ambitieux, c'est challenging comme système. Nous verrons comment ça marche dans les 3 mois à venir, dans les 6 mois à venir. Mais surtout comment ça marche du côté de la police et de la cour surtout. J'en ai discuté avec le ministre bien sûr, mais avec l'Attorney General aussi. On peut prévoir où il y aura des problèmes. Mais nous souhaitons que ce soit une réussite. Nous souhaitons que ce système de redemption system, de système de rattrapage, innovateur, comme je disais, et ambitieux, réussisse. Je souhaite, moi, que dans 6 mois, qu'on se donne 6 mois, et dans 6 mois, que nous fassions un bilan. Et que, alors, nous corrigions ce qu'il y a à corriger, s'il y a à corriger. Je suis sûr qu'il y aura des choses à corriger. Et si cette innovation ambitieuse est un succès, nous pouvons être fiers que ça aidera à sauver des vies au-delà de l'île Maurice. C'est un système très innovateur et qui peut aider à sauver des vies, qui va aider à sauver des vies, pas seulement à l'île Maurice, et pas seulement même dans notre région, mais au-delà. C'est pourquoi je dirais au ministre, encore une fois, bravo et bonne route. Merci, Madame la Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker. First of all, I also want to congratulate the Honourable Minister and his staff for having worked on this legislation for nearly 1 year, if I'm not mistaken. Ils ont abattu un travail extraordinaire, un grand travail dans peu de temps, on peut dire. It was not a popular measure when we introduced the penalty point system in 2013, as Honourable Adjourned has just said. But what we intended when we introduced the penalty system, which exists, as I mentioned, in many countries, in European countries, because there were too many road fatalities. Not only death, but families devastated. And we often forget people who become disabled for life, loss of limbs, eyesight, broken spine, they become paralyzed. As Honourable Jitan mentioned earlier in her speech, it costs the family with disabled person in the family. It costs the families a lot, sometimes the wage earner. It also costs the state because they become handicapped. This was unacceptable. So we acted as the responsible government. But the previous MSM government chose to dismantle not only these penalty points, first of all, they dismantled the speed cameras. Again, this was an unpopular measure. We did not flinch to take an unpopular measure because it was about saving lives, preventing people from becoming disabled. And when they dismantled the speed cameras and then the penalty points, the result is there to see, a sharp rise in road fatalities and serious injury. a sharp rise. It's typical of the MSM mentality. They chose votes instead of lives. They didn't care about saving lives. They wanted to become popular, and that's all. Just like they did, Madam Speaker, when they constructed La Vigie Road at the time. Many deaths were occurring. I was in the opposition at the time. I wanted to find out why a new road still be getting a lot of death. And I was told by engineers that the road curves in certain areas. It's an area where you get a lot of fog, and the oncoming traffic couldn't see somebody was overtaking, and they crash, and death. So I also found out that it was funded by the European Union, the building of that road. So when I became Prime Minister in 1995, I think it was in 1997, I asked Honourable Kailash Prayag at the time to go and see people in the European Union to see if you can get more funding. So he went, he met Honourable Jean-Claude Juncker, who was the President of the European Union, but also the Prime Minister of Luxembourg and the Finance Minister. And he refused. He said, no, it can't be done. So Kailash Prayag told me maybe if you go as Prime Minister, they might change their mind. So when I went to it was an official visit in France, I took the Secretary of the Cabinet at the time, Mr. Yatsin, with me. On a Friday, I remember, we went to Luxembourg to meet with the then Prime Minister of Luxembourg. He gave me an appointment on a Friday evening, was after 6. And I explained to him what was the problem, that we're getting lots of death. We wanted more funding to make it a dual carriageway. You know what he answered to me? He said, but Prime Minister, we had given you money to do a dual carriageway. You chose, the previous government, chose to make it a one-lane road. Huh? Yes. God knows where the money went. You can guess. MSM, you can guess. So then he said it can't be done. I made a plea with him. He said, you're Prime Minister, you came here. I will take it to the board of the European Union, whoever was in charge, and try to convince them. And he did convince them. And we got the funding. And we made it a dual carriageway. I remember very well, my good friend Deva Virasomi was the minister. I think there was some conference, I can't remember whether it was SADC or whatever. And I saw the road was ready, but they were not opening the road. So when I came back in my office, I said, why are you not opening the road? He said, we're waiting for a date for me to cut the ribbons. I said, forget the date about cutting the ribbons. We're saving lives. Never mind. People will see, we have opened the road. And to my surprise, when I lost the election, they went and cut the ribbon, as if they did the road. And they are the one who stole the money and did not do a dual carriageway. So, and the result is therefore, to see, as far as I know, there have been no fatalities in those areas ever again. Finished, over. The impact of the two measures that we introduced, that is the penalty points and the speed cameras, was immediate and measurable. Fatalities and serious injuries declined significantly. But the MSM decided they will abolish the penalty point system, and they also dismantled the speed cameras. What happened? We have the figures. Fatalities increased, serious injuries increased, and I think it was Nando Buddha, if I'm not mistaken, who did this. Yes. Now, when they realized what they did, they very quietly reintroduced the cameras, speed cameras. But what they did, to show that they are doing it, they repainted the cameras yellow instead of white. That's all they did. A cosmetic measure again. MSM culture. But it is precisely to remedy this, the irresponsible decision, that we are reintroducing the penalty point system today. It was announced, it is part of the program, We spoke of greater road safety, and also I announced it in the budget speech of 2025-2026. Our aim, Madam Speaker, is to reduce the number of deaths on our roads and the untold family sufferings who lose dear ones, and also reduce the number of serious injuries. Repealing the penalty point system was a reckless decision. It borders on criminal negligence. That's what they did. Madam Speaker, when I was at the African Union Summit in Addis Ababa in February of this year, I had a meeting with Mr. Antonio Guterres, former Prime Minister of Portugal, who I knew him since our days at the Socialist International. And I asked him, he gave me an appointment. I asked him if he could dispatch his special envoy for road safety in Mauritius, Mr. Jean Todt, somebody who I know also from Formula One racing days. The Secretary General sent Mr. Todt properly, I must say. He came for one day, not for holidays, just because he was asked to come by the Secretary General. He came here. I met him, and he launched this UN Global Campaign for Road Safety here in Mauritius. He said he believes he can envisage a zero fatality island because we have the determination to do what has to be done. And he proposed a lot of measures. I think Honourable Osman Mohamed knows the measures. First thing he said, we must reintroduce the penalty point system. That's the first thing he said. He also suggested that we introduce a graduated licensing system that I think you're working on. He also said that we should have special helmets, not all these helmets that are being sold for motorcycles. It should exceed 50 cubic centimeters and should be in accordance with set standards. And he said this should be mandatory. He also spoke of road safety education in schools, especially in schools, stringent enforcement by the police and the ERS. We should have traffic squads for regular crackdowns, especially at night. He also stressed the fact that people in Mauritius don't wear seat belts at the back, only in the front. He said we should make it mandatory for seat belts at the rear as well. And also, he asked us to start an aggressive communication campaign, which we have started, and introduce registration plates for electric bicycles, compulsory wearing of helmets for electric bicycles, and what they call trottinette, even trottinette. He said we should strengthen the quality of first rescue and health assistance. Many people don't know. You know, very often when there's an accident, you see people gathering around, and people try to take the person out of the car that had the accident. This is a mistake. We should let the professionals deal with it. The minute you do this, somebody who has a small problem in the cervical ribs, if you do this, you break the neck, he gets paralyzed if he doesn't die. This is why we should let professionals deal with it. There's a method to take somebody out of the car, not just pull him out of the car. He also suggested that we create a special fund for road safety through contributions from motor vehicle dealers. I'm sure they won't like this, as well as you just mentioned, insurance companies. These are the things he suggested. Bringing this amendment today, as Honourable Ganes just said, is not simply a legislative decision. It is a moral imperative. It relates to our mandate as the responsible government as regards to the protection of human life and the prevention of avoidable suffering. We need to halt this ascending trend in road fatalities. And if we don't act, it will keep on increasing. That is the reason we have to bring this. We need to correct the mistakes of the past and remedy the blunder committed by the previous regime when it repealed the penalty point system. Because through this, when they abolished it, they removed a significant component in a strategy aiming at reducing the threats that looms on all users of the road, as Honourable Ganesh just said. One must not be deluded, Madam Speaker, into thinking that the introduction of the penalty point system will single-handedly eliminate the occurrences of all fatal accidents. For us to bring a significant change in the dangerous trajectory, we cannot isolate the penalty point system by itself as the only factor, as if in a campaign to foster a culture of responsible and accountable driving. But this penalty point system is a strong determinant, among others, for reversing a dangerous trend in our country. We should not restrict our approach by looking just at fatality statistics. One death is a death too many. We shouldn't just look at the statistics. We should widen our perspective and look at the other equally tragic consequences of road accidents. As I just said, disability for life, consequences for a family, the financial loss. Also, it costs the state. This bill, therefore, is not a stand-alone initiative. It forms part of a broader, comprehensive strategy. We are determined, Madam Speaker, to reverse the trend, protect our people, and ensure that safety on the roads is for all. And we all also want to induce more discipline for all road users. Mr. Adjourned also made an appeal for Mauritius when he went back to Marrakesh. He made an appeal for us to increase our contribution to the UN Road Safety Fund. It currently stands at $1,500. He wants it to increase it, we will do so. Because through that, through that fund, we will get assistance for other safety initiatives and other projects. This bill, Madam Speaker, seeks to modernize and strengthen road traffic enforcement. Its key objective is to improve compliance with traffic laws, enhance the protection and safety of all road users, and promote a culture of responsible driving. But as I said, this is only the first major step. We intend to bring more measures later on. For example, a newly licensed driver, we have this in plan, they do this in Canada, I've seen it. A newly licensed driver will have to have a sticker on his car for 1 year. Just like you have a learner sticker when you are learning, you have another sticker. In Canada, it's R, I don't know why R. It could be N, it could be whatever, so that other road users know that this is a new driver, he has no experience, therefore to be a bit more careful with him or her. We will also, I spoke to Honourable Usman Mohammed today, in fact, that maybe we'll have to increase some penalties, not for the moment. For example, the one about mobile phones. I think it should be harsher. It should be harsher because it's terrible. People on the phone and hitting people on the road, even on pedestrian crossings. And later on, I think we should introduce what has been introduced already in the UK. France is going to introduce it early next year, I think in January. They use AI in the cameras to detect if you're not wearing your seatbelt, even at the rear of the car. And if you're using mobile phones as well, they can detect all this. They can even detect, and I find it hard to believe, but this is so, they can even detect the presence, the influence of alcohol. That AI camera can detect that, and also drugs. I am told, I don't know how to do it. I can't say I know how to do it. So the system is already being used, as I say, in the UK, and France intends to introduce it in January, I think, of next year. We also need to have advanced driving lessons. They have this in Europe, where people go for advanced driving. That cuts the cost of insurance for themselves, and they become better drivers. I followed that course, by the way. We must move with the times, Madam Speaker. and be ahead of the curve. Our aim is to save lives and stop the tragedies associated with road traffic accidents. This is what I had to say, Madam Speaker. I commend the bill to the House.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we conclude on today's deliberations on the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all honourable members of this House who have contributed to this debate with the passion and concern that it deserves. I thank you all for your support. In his concluding speech, the Honourable Seaburn, I'll start with him because I will go to the Leader of the Opposition, amongst other relevant issues, highlighted a very salient point. That is, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is not against the passing of this bill. I will add one thing further, Madam Speaker. That is, the Leader of the Opposition appeared to be in a hurry for this bill to be presented in the House because he said we've taken several months to come forward with this bill. So he's in a hurry. I am sure that the Leader of the Opposition, having been a keen minister before, had introduced bills in this House and fully knows well the amount of consultations and consideration that have to be done before a bill of this magnitude, of this one, is introduced in the House. And when you think about all the hard work that was done in 2013, and with the ease with which his now party, because at that time he was on the other side, he campaigned with us during the 2014 elections, had destroyed the 2000 version of the penalty point system, the facility with which, and that I consider it to be a waste. Who doesn't recall of the pledge of the MSM in their manifesto of 2014 under the heading « Les 12 priorités des 3 premiers mois au gouvernement ». One of these priorities was to, and I quote, revoir le système actuel du PMI à point pour éliminer les injustices, les caméras piégées et les doubles pénalités. The electoral promise was to revise, but they ended up throwing away the baby with the bathwater to finally introduce a system focusing on fines rather than on sustained behavioral accountability. The Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Ajay Ganesh covered about this destruction of the 2013 penalty point system just now in their speeches. Madam Speaker, during the debate, the Leader of Opposition referred to an article in Weekend of 30th November 2025 and painted a disparaging image of the penalty point system of 2013, qualifying it as being heavy with points wrongly inscribed which penalized the professional drivers, leading to erroneous disqualification. I think he's wrong. But what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition did not say is that the same edition of Weekend newspaper had dedicated 3 full pages to very ably explain the details of the 2025 version of the penalty point system, plus an additional pager on the modified headlamps, which is a growing problem these days, the so-called LED lamps, which dazzle drivers coming from the opposite direction. This will be sanctioned under the penalty point system. That particular edition of Weekend was very educational in respect of road safety, and we can only be thankful for that. Madam Speaker, had the Leader of Opposition read the bill carefully, he would surely have noted that most of the shortcomings of the previous penalty point system, if ever there was in his mind, have been carefully considered by my ministry, following discussions and consultations with key stakeholders, and have been fully addressed. This bill provides for the proper management and recording of penalty points, avails of IT for real-time updating of allocation of points, provide clarity and ease of access to points allocated, and introduces rehabilitation and redemption processes, which the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister mentioned about, and which I will come later in a while. It is also ironical that the Honourable Leader of Opposition, to pinpoint on the 2013 penalty point system when statistics glaringly indicate that the number of accidents on our roads dropped by 13%. During that time, it was still prevalent. The Honourable Leader of Opposition shot himself in the foot when he referred to the 112,000 people who died on our roads up to now this year. Because he seems to be not aware that the current system is the cumulative road penalty point system which his party has introduced. So we are now still under this system. And with this bill, we are going to change now to the penalty point system according to the deadline that was given to us during the speech this year by the Honourable Prime Minister, which is for it to become operational in January 2026. So we are more or less on track. Having said so, Madam Speaker, allow me to further reply by sticking to the essence of the bill and the 33 road traffic offences of the penalty point system. The Leader of Opposition has referred to fines which have been increased in this bill. I have said it during my second reading on the bill. None of the offences carrying penalty points have had their fines reviewed upwards. The confusion in his mind is on the fines increased under sections 123B and 123D of the Road Traffic Act, which concern dangerous driving and driving under the influence of alcohol, drugs, and other intoxicating substances, for which no points are being attributed, again, as I explained in my secondary reading. Madam Speaker, with your permission, the other day I said I will table it, but I couldn't because I didn't have all the documents. Drunk driving are already very highly penalized under the current legislation of the Road Traffic Act, including seizure of licenses, fines, and imprisonment term up to 8 years for repeaters. But for this time, we are increasing the fines up to 500,000 for repeaters, meaning the second time. So it is being done under this legislation, and I will table it for more details because if I explain, it's going to take a long time.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Leader of Opposition established the correlation between the increasing number of accidents and the ever-increasing fleet of vehicles, which I had explained in great detail during his second P&Q to me. He made it seem as if it is our government that is responsible for the appalling state of affairs on our road insofar as the number of vehicles is concerned. Let me remind him that because of the very low taxation regime adopted by the previous government, the number of vehicles on our roads have increased by 53% over the last 10 years. 53%. The official figures show, from 465,000 vehicles in 2014 to 710,000 vehicles in 2024. So no wonder there is so much havoc on our road, because more vehicles means more accidents, more traffic jam, more road rages, heavy impact on our import bill, and more pollution as well. So, and here I would like to place on record that this government has taken the bold, albeit unpopular measure, but needed courageous measures in terms of taxation regime to reverse the rate of increase in the number of vehicles, and thus to reduce the number of accidents on our road, like I had replied during P&Q. The panic buying of vehicles prior to the budget exercise that the Honourable Leader of Opposition had mentioned during his speech is a one-off occurrence. I'm confident that the real impact of these budgetary measures will become evident in the course of time. Already we see it. The figures have come down. The Honourable Leader of Opposition also mentioned during his intervention that the amendments being brought in the legislation have brought forward backward. I don't think I need to reply this because it seems to me that he has not read, but I would like to touch one point that the Honourable Prime Minister has just mentioned about the use of handheld devices. Honourable Prime Minister, the malpractice is widespread, you're right. It is a source of serious disruption to drivers. The Road Traffic Act currently provides for a penalty of 3,000 rupees and for this offence, and which equally carries 3 to 6 points. in the schedule of the proposed bill. This range has been purposely set as it is, but it can be reviewed if needed, given time. Should people continue to use their mobile phone, we can even review the fine and review the points accordingly going there. So the fine is 3,000 rupees plus 3 to 6 points currently, but we can review that if people continue to use their mobile phones. The Prime Minister has also mentioned about the graduated licensing scheme. This is currently being worked on. It's in our government program. It's a 4-step approach to obtain driving license, unlike the current practice right now. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister for stressing on the challenges that could occur on one of the novel features of this bill, the innovative feature of this bill, which is the possibility of allowing drivers to redeem some of the penalty points they have accumulated over a period of 36 years. This essential feature demonstrates a fair and rehabilitative road safety framework instead of a purely punitive system, thus leading ultimately to a reinforcement of good driver behavior and mitigate corruption risk. I am further proposing to establish a monitoring committee, I've discussed with our Attorney General earlier, comprising key authorities concerned at the level of my ministry and his ministry and the police to address the teething problems that could crop up once the law comes into effect. The Honourable Boulel has rightly stated that this bill has substance and that the bill represents a decisive step forward confronting that reality with the seriousness it deserves to address an important issue of paramount importance. Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation is not du déjà vu, as stated by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The reduction of points, the 33 offences compared to 19 in the previous system, the digital format of the application forms, the amendments brought to the main Road Traffic Act are some examples to show that this bill is a novelty as compared to the last version of the penalty point system. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Leader of Opposition has accused police officers of engaging into corrupt practices. I find it most unfortunate that an entire department is being painted with the same brush. Let me remind the Leader of the Opposition of the record number of police officers arrested since the last general elections, accused of wrongdoings committed during his previous mandate, when he himself was a minister. However, I reiterate what I stated in my second reading of the bill. The success of the reintroduction of the penalty point system depends on its fairness, on drivers' clear understanding of it, and above all, on effective and uncompromised enforcement by police officers. Yesterday, I was at the end-of-year get-together of the NTC, and I've asked the General Manager, there are 1,000 drivers there, to conduct courses and lectures with all of them in batches if need be, for them to be able to understand the 33 offences, so that we lead by example, because they are government bus drivers, so to speak, so that we lead by example and we don't commit mistake on the road. And he has agreed to do it. However, I reiterate, in the same breath, Madam Speaker, I will also propose to the Commissioner of Police to arrange for a specific training program for all police officers who will be assigned the duties for the administration and the management of the penalty point system. Madam Speaker, I will touch a little bit on Rodrigues, and I've spoken to Honourable Henriette Manor on Thursday last after his speech, when he said that the 6 fatalities that occurred in 2021, which was under the CRTO, the cumulative road traffic offences of the previous government, is not a low figure. You know why? Because fatalities are measured on batches of 100,000. Rodrigues has a population of 45,000. If you bring it on the scale of 100,000, you get 13.3 deaths in that particular year, which is higher than mainland Mauritius, which is about 10 to 11 now, and Singapore is 1.9. So there is a lot of work to be done in Rodrigues, and I can tell you, I had fielded a visit in Rodrigues earlier this year, and there are quite a number of things to be done. Black spots have been spotted. Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit was with me. the way the NLTA is doing inspection of the underside of vehicle, the pit. The pit doesn't work. So in Rodrigues, there are 22,000 vehicles also. I'm not sure, maybe half of them are motorcycles, but the rest of vehicles, four-wheelers, they are not being tested, Honourable François, because people cannot go underneath. And investment has to be made because with the aging vehicular fleet and the slopes in Rodrigues, you can have problem going forward. And there is now a request. Du jamais vu à Rodrigues, there is now a request to install traffic lights. We've had requests to install 2 traffic lights in Rodrigues. So, and we are working with the Regional Assembly on this. And also one more point, Honourable François and Honourable Manon, is we have introduced in my last trip education for road safety to primary students, school students in Rodrigues. And we were all very pleased to see the excitement with which the pupils had embarked on this program. We introduced it at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and at 5 o'clock the students were still around, trying to learn how to go about, and there's a request to go to other schools as well. So, and classification of roads is not under my ministry. Mr. Honourable Adjourned ministry is responsible for this. There is a lot of requests for reclassification of roads in Rodrigues when I was there. Now, the Honourable Rukni, Madam Speaker, has reminded the House and the country how after 2 painful years in 2023 and 2024, the Mahashivratri festival was celebrated safely this year again, to use the word that he has used, following bold decisions taken by government, especially the Prime Minister, in the task force during Mahashivratri. He gave instructions to review the regulations, and we did so. And fortunately, this year, fortunately, touch wood, there has not been any casualties, and we hope that this goes the same for subsequent years. And this apply to all religious procession in the country, of all community, including the Gun, whatever. Now, Madam Speaker, I have taken good note of the concern raised by the Honourable Jagannath with regard to speed limiters. We will request the NLTA to take up the matter with the private vehicle examination centres to ensure that of the effectiveness of the speed limiters is duly verified. I wish to mention that the Honourable Prime Minister is now very keen in the furtherance of road safety and has expressed the need to optimize on the use of artificial intelligence. He has just elaborated on it. I can confirm that work has already begun. The next step is to determine there are 150 ITS safe city cameras. There are 4,000 at all in the country. The gantry type, there are 150 of them. It is those cameras that will be changed to become AI empowered with new software that can detect several types of offences. Use of mobile phone, not wearing seatbelt, changing of lane abruptly, and others as well. So it will facilitate police work, and it will address the point that Honourable Jitan has raised. It can be a step forward to automation of the issuing of fines, so that there is no tampering. Once the camera picks you, you send it to the relevant authority, and there is no tampering between police officer and the contravenant. So I think we are working. I can say for sure that we are working on this. Meetings are being held. Now, in closing, Madam Speaker, I wish to once again express my gratitude to all members whose contribution have enriched this debate. The shared objective has been cleared: safeguarding the lives of our citizens and elevating the standards of conduct on our roads has been very much debated here. Let us recognize the profound significance of the reform before us for the sake of our families, our communities, and the future of road safety in our Republic. With these works, Madam Speaker, I therefore commend the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2005 to the House. Thank you.
Seconded. Needs to be, yes, it's seconded by the Minister. The question is that the Road Traffic Amendment Bill number 30 of 2025 be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Committee stage. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, application of Road Traffic Amendment Act 2025. Clause 4, Section 2 of Principal Act amended. Clause 5, Section 52 of Principal Act amended. Clause 6, Section 123B of Principal Act amended. Clause 7, Section 123D of Principal Act amended. Clause 8, Section 123AG of Principal Act repealed and replaced. Clause 9, new Section 123AH inserted in Principal Act. Clause 10, new Section 123AJ inserted in Principal Act. Clause 11, Section 163 of Principal Act amended. Clause 12, Section 190 of Principal Act amended. Clause 13, Section 191 of Principal Act amended. Clause 14, Section 192 of Principal Act amended. Clause 15, Section 193 of Principal Act amended.
The question is that clauses 1 to 15 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 16, Section 195 of Principal Act amended. Clause 17, Section 196 of Principal Act amended. Clause 18, third schedule to Principal Act repealed and replaced. Clause 19, seventh schedule to Principal Act repealed and replaced. Clause 20, eighth schedule to Principal Act repealed and replaced. Clause 21, ninth schedule to Principal Act repealed and replaced. Clause 22, 11th schedule to Principal Act repealed and replaced. Clause 23, 12th schedule to Principal Act repealed and replaced. Clause 24, savings and transitional provisions. Clause 25, consequential amendment. Clause 26, commencement.
The question is that clauses 16 to 26 form part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
First schedule.
Yes. The question is that the first schedule stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Yes. The question is that the second schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Third schedule.
Question is that the third schedule stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Fourth schedule.
Question is that the fourth schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Fifth schedule.
Question is that the fifth schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Sixth schedule.
Question is that the sixth schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Road Traffic Amendment Bill, number 30 of 2025, has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes. Yes, please resume your seats. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Road Traffic Amendment Bill number 30 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment.
Reading.
Yes, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Road Traffic Amendment Bill of 2025 be read a third time and pass.
Seconded. Yes, Honourable Minister. Question is that the Road Traffic Amendment Bill number 30 of 2025 be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, before I move for the adjournment of the House, I would like to say a few words as Leader of the House. Madam Speaker, the first sitting of this year was held on the 24th of January 2025 and was marked by the address of His Excellency the President of the Republic outlining the government program of 2025-2029. During the current year, we've had 40 sittings, 30 bills were introduced in the National Assembly, of which 29 have been passed. In addition, government has replied to 838 parliamentary questions requiring oral answers and 6 requiring written answers. Government has also replied to 32 private notice questions from the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. As we close the year at this Assembly, I wish to thank you, Madam Speaker, for your smooth conduct of the deliberations of the House. I would ask also to thank the Deputy Speaker for his valuable contribution when presiding over the debates. I also wish to acknowledge the meaningful interventions and active participation of all honourable members in the debates. I further extend my appreciation to the Clerk of the National Assembly, the parliamentary staff, as well as the Sergeant at Arms and his team for the dedicated support to the work of this House. Madam Speaker, may I kindly request you, in my own name and that of the honourable members of the House, to present the season's greeting to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Mauritius and Mrs. Gokul, as well as to His Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of Mauritius and Mrs. Hangley. I convey to you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Zifra and your family, our best wishes for a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I also extend my warmest wishes to the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honourable Ministers, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, as well as to all Honourable Members of the House and their families. My best wishes also extended to the Clerk, the Sergeant at Arms, the officers of the National Assembly, and to all the civil servants who have assisted in the work of this Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, Honourable Prime Minister, if you will bear with me, I also have a few words to say. During this year, we welcomed 2 heads of state, the Prime Minister Modi of India and President Macron from France recently. I have also had the immense pleasure to open the precincts of the Assembly to the public. Several groups have visited our Parliament on a regular basis. We already opened the chamber to 76 young parliamentarians in August this year. We were very proud to see that youngsters today are very committed to public service and to politics. I thank Honourable François to have mentioned that we have recently organized a major event in the Sir Halal Vagji Hall from 25th November 26th onwards to engage with the public on the theme which clearly touched many of our citizens who came to share their views with us on the scourge of gender-based violence. And I thank you for having opened that very interesting event. On the 1st of December, we launched a prototype letterbox called La Colombe for children to safely send messages regarding violence which may have been perpetrated against them, and this was done with the Minister of Education. On the Wednesday, the 10th December, on Monday, the 9th December, we organized a side event on Rodrigues, which was a great success, thanks to our good friends here. On Wednesday, the 10th of December, we organized a free debate on human rights with some 150 youngsters, Prime Minister, 30 of whom came from 5 countries of the Indian Ocean. They came here in the chamber to present their resolutions led by the Assemblée Parliamentaire de la Francophonie. The National Assembly was therefore more and more open to one and all. We even welcome young recruits to the police force. They also came, and I hope that they benefited from our sensitization talks. Honourable members, at the end of this season, in my own name and on behalf of the clerk and officers of the National Assembly, I also convey my best wishes and I will present my best wishes in your name to the President of the Republic and Mrs. Gokul, as well as to His Excellency the Vice President of the Republic and Mrs. Hangley and their families. I also thank you, Honourable Prime Minister, for your kind words of appreciation extended to myself, to my husband, and to the staff of the National Assembly. I'm sorry, I haven't finished. I'm pleased to convey my best wishes for a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you, Honourable Prime Minister, and Mrs. Ramgoolam, to you, Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, to Honourable Ministers and members of their family, to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and his family, to the Deputy Speaker, who's unfortunately not with us, and his family, and to all Honourable members and your families. The time is one of peace, and I wish all of you to rejoice and wish each other best wishes too. I join the Honourable Prime Minister to thank the Clerk, the Deputy Clerk, the 3 Clerk Assistants, all the officers of the National Assembly, the Sergeant-at-Arms and his officers, the Solicitor General and his officers, the Parliamentary Council and her officers, and all public officers who have assisted in the work of the Assembly, and I convey to them and their families my season's greetings. I thank you.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 17th of March, 2026 at 11:30 a.m.
Thank you. Question is that the House be adjourned to Tuesday, the 17th of March, 2026 at 11:30 a.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. House stands adjourned.